No, not that we called out.
Do you have your ticket?
No, we don't know where to get it.
I'm quite sure if you join them when they are
maybe,
at the bus point, they will sort it out. They will sort it out.
Are you a
Do you know what's hiding in your business's data?
Two. 1 2. Sound check 1 2.
1, 2. Check 2. Check 2.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why.
Please, if you are done with your tea, you can come back in now. We have just 5 to 6 minutes. GIZ will present their paper on 50 years of German involvement in SMEs in Nigeria. And then we can all now go to our breakout sessions. Please, from the other side, can we come in now? Can we come in now very quickly, please? 5 minutes, and then we'll go to our breakout sessions and master classes. Anywhere you are, if you are done with your tea, can we come in now? GIZ has a paper, a presentation, 50 years of German involvement in Nigerian MSMEs. Please come in 5 minutes. And he'll be done. And then we can go to our breakout sessions. Thank you very much for coming in. Just come in and take your seats. Come in and take your seats, please. You're welcome back. Thank you very much. Please come in, please come in. Come in and take your seats. All we'll be doing here will not last more than 5 to 6 minutes. It's a presentation of one of our sponsors, GIZ, on 50 years of German government involvement in MSMEs in Nigeria. It won't be more than 5 minutes. Then you can go for your breakout session. Thank you very much. Please come in. I welcome you. Thank you very much. And we need to quickly do this. Apart from the breakout session and the master classes that we run concurrently, we still have close to 2 or 3 more panels before we close for today. Thank you very much. Just come in, take your seats. Thank you. Take your seats. Immediately after his presentation, you can now go to all the breakout sessions. Sam will bring him up to come and speak. I think we can take him now.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome back to the afternoon session of the second National MSME Conference. We have had an amazing day and a half. We started yesterday, and today has been equally power-packed and impactful from the responses I see from the guests. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege given to me by my boss, Ebele Young, to invite on stage to give us an address on 50 years of Germany-Nigeria cooperation, the journey so far, a presentation from the GIZ, which is the German Development Corporation. Please join me as we welcome Markus Walschun, the Cluster Coordinator, Sustainable Economic Development Cluster, SEDEC, here in Nigeria. Thank you very much, Markus, as you come on stage. Technical, I believe his presentation is queued, and let us listen. And please, immediately after this presentation, we are going for the masterclass. It's at B026. The facilitators are waiting. If you registered for that masterclass, immediately after Marcus's presentation, B026 is outside to the right. We'll take the masterclass there. Marcus, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I wait, of course, until everybody is seated.
Sorry, Marcus. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, please settle down. Please settle down. Let's all be seated, please. And please minimize the interactions and the chatter. Please, respectfully, we have resumed the session, so no more moving around, please. Please settle down. Everybody's standing. Please sit down so that Marcus is not distracted or interrupted. I believe you're all hearing me. If you are standing, please take your seat. Please take your seat and please minimize the interactions, please. The session has officially resumed. Marcus, please.
Yeah, thanks again. Of Smedan, and as you can see on the first slide, for a long time, a Nigerian partner in the German-Nigerian cooperation. I have adjusted a bit my presentation. Of course, it was planned initially for yesterday, so it was more like an initial welcome. Now I try to take a bit on board what we have already said. Going forward to the next slide, GIZ, as part of the German Development Corporation, we are the German Agency for International Cooperation. We implement throughout the world. We implement actually in most of the countries in the world. We are fully government-owned, but a non-profit, private organized business. So we basically are looking for funding, and we have to deliver to our commissioning partners what we have promised to them. These are mainly German government organizations, the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, Foreign Affairs, and other German ministries, but also donors, the European Union. We work for USAID and FCDO and several areas, and for private sector organizations as the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So our reputation for a long time is that we are able to deliver what we have promised, and we do it with a lot of expertise, some international, but mainly regional and national expertise, as you can see already here in the room. We work in various areas, and in the next slide you can see some of the areas, or in the following slide. Here in Nigeria we have signed our cooperation agreement. I mean, Germany has signed a cooperation agreement in 1974. At that time, the military government of Nigeria. So 50 years means we come with a lot of experience in with various governments. We are completely independent from the different political parties. We come with the German flavor of cooperation, which is very technical, which is very focus-oriented. but also 50 years of cooperation with our Nigerian partners means that we are able to adapt very much to our partners' needs. We work in the areas of economic development and employment, energy, climate, peace and security, governance, digitalization. Let me zoom in very much into one part, the economic development and employment. Our focus is job creation, income generation. So we do not work with a specific agency. We do work from different angles to help MSMEs, and this is the German heritage, that's the German background, are the backbone of our economy in Germany. Most of the jobs are generated by MSMEs. Most of the innovation comes from MSMEs. You see a lot of hidden champions, German companies in the back, producing tools, producing different elements in manufacturing. Not always the big brands you see as a consumer, but if you work on the production side, on the investment side, you see a lot of German brands there. Putting ourselves into the perspective of MSMEs, those who generate employment, generate income, create ideas, innovation, a lot of technical innovation, and also are responsible for the biggest part of the GDP, means that we look actually into the needs of the MSMEs. That does not look into one ministry alone, and this is very much the request I would like to have here for the representative of the various agencies, that you do not look only on the perspective of your agency, but you ask what are the needs of the MSMEs. In the area of vocational training, clearly the needs of the companies for particular technical skills should be reflected in the curricula of the providers of training, of vocational training. If we go forward, we see some of the highlights in the next slides, what we have achieved so far with regard to time. Permit me just to show it visually without going into too many details here. But I'd like to address 2 points which we had in the panels this morning. How can we reach more people? There's the request to SMEDAN that more individuals should be reached. And I think we have two elements which I would like to stress here. One is the step-down approach with train-of-trainer measures. We have the already mentioned ICSS, Inspire, Create, Start, Scale, addressing very much the need of MSMEs to get the business skills, to run the company. Most of the MSMEs have great technical skills. They know their market, but they lack business skills. And the lack of business skills also translates sometimes in problems to get appropriate funding from banks or other financial institutions. ICSS is now jointly run with SMEDAN. It's validated by the Lagos and Kaduna Business School, and it will be run as a scheme where we are able to reach more and more people without one-to-one training. We also have e-learnings, and that's another way to reach more people. We have developed jointly with the central bank, Sabi Money. That's a tool to improve the financial literacy of MSMEs. Since we saw that financial literacy is one of the most important bottlenecks when getting the funds from the financial sector. That's one aspect I'd like to address, and another one is also coming from my German background, coming from the perspective of putting MSMEs into the middle of the policy making. We had a number of state agencies here on the first panel, NAFTA, SON, Customs, and others. All they have their mandate, and all asked MSMEs to comply with their mandate. But it is also a task of a government to put the needs of the MSMEs into the middle of their thinking, meaning that NAFTA, SON, FIRS, Customs, and others should basically ask what is the need of the MSMEs to grow, because also growing GDP will lead to additional revenue. So it's not like you have to press more from the few you are already having. And I really have to congratulate Smedan, Charles, that you have this very open approach. Like yesterday, you basically asked the MSMEs here in the room to challenge the different agencies to improve their service, and I really see it as a service to MSMEs. If MSMEs are growing, we are all benefiting. All state agencies are also benefiting. And this change of perspective, it's not like a call for collaboration only. It's really a change of perspective. We have to put into perspective the MSMEs. We have to put ourselves in the shoes of MSMEs to ease business, to make it easier for Nigerian MSMEs to grow. We heard yesterday, finance is around, ideas are around, but we cannot match it. So the point is, I think, for the state agencies here in the room, we strengthen the collaboration, we strengthen the change of perspective, and this is actually the last slide. I tried to end not with a lot of words and figures, but with impressions from the various involvements we had in the last years. 50 years back, probably with black and white printed photos only, nothing digital. Actually, I was not able to find any photos from the first years. But just imagine this experience from 50 years when the capital of Nigeria was still in Lagos, in Ikeja, when we started this cooperation until now. It's a long journey, a lot of experience, and I really have to thank all our partners, and in particular Smedan here in the room, to make it possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we say thank you to the German government for the amazing work that you're doing in Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. And a whole lot of those work is being carried out through the German Cooperation and GIZ. GIZ is also one of the major pillars supporting this conference in 2024. So this is how we'll do it now. We have two breakout sessions. One on structured support for digital transformation of MSMEs, and the other one is digital innovation hubs, connecting MSMEs with digital services and solutions. The two breakout sessions will run concurrently. Besides that, we also have master classes in some of the rooms on this corridor. The ushers of GIZ will take you to the GIZ breakout rooms for the breakout session. We have 25 minutes. We'll allow you 10 minutes to move from here to the place. When you start, okay, DG, you have some comments? Huh? Oh, yes, you are moving. All right, so you have 10 minutes to move from here to the place and settle down. From then on, 25 minutes starts counting. Then you can come back after 25 minutes. DG, please lead the way. We can now go to our choices, please. We can go to our choices and be back here in 35 minutes. We also have master classes on the corridor here, running concurrently. We have the breakout sessions. And so we'll congregate here. What's the time now, Sam?
It's 2:05.
2:05. We are 2:40?
2:30, sir.
Okay, let's all be back here at 2:30.
Reiterate the masterclass.
Okay, the master class, 2:30, let's be back in the room here. And then the master class 1, legal, regulatory compliance and risk management, is also holding concurrently along this corridor.
GIZ room is
Oh, okay, GIZ room is written on the door. Yeah. So we have all the breakout sessions. We have 2 and the master class. Please join them very quickly. And we're back here at 2:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the hall in 5 minutes to resume proceedings and continue with the event. Please, if you are still anywhere within the auditorium, begin to make your way to the main hall as we resume plenary. We're going to be having two very exciting panels back to back. One on finance, empowering MSMEs with creative and inclusive funding solutions. And all our panelists are very much around and seated, waiting to talk to you. After which we have a very exciting panel, another one on From Passion to Profit, navigating the business of creativity across multiple sectors. The Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDAN, has gone to great lengths to get you the appropriate people, the best people to handle all of these topics for you. Already seated in the hall, of course, is Arese Ugu, author and producer, the Smart Money Woman series. Arese, thank you very much for coming to join us. Let's put our hands together for Arese, if you may. She's already here waiting. If you've been watching the Smart Money Woman series, you would know that this is a very important one. And if I were you, I wouldn't go very far. I'll make my way into the hall and prepare for that particular series. I understand that Osas Igodaro, actress and movie personality, is also somewhere within the building. She's going to be on that panel. So in case, I believe you are a fan of Osas as I am, you'll be glad to see her and maybe get a selfie with her. Wanda Thomas is already seated, is a director with the Smart Money Woman series. And of course, Ryan Alabi is a director of photography with the Smart Money Woman series. They are all here to share their experience, to share their passion with you. That session will be moderated by my brother, Japhet Omojowa, who is already seated. JJ, of course, is a pioneer of the online space in Nigeria. He's a chief strategist at the Alpha Reach, and he has done a lot using social media, and he's here to talk about From Passion to Profit, navigating the business of creativity across multiple sectors. You, of course, need creativity to do whatever you want to do, to scale your operations and to get the upper hand in anything that you are involved in. So once again, as the master classes wind down, as the breakout sessions wind down, we expect that all of you will imminently come back into the hall and take your seats so that we can proceed with the rest of the activities of the day. Remember too that we are going to be having a pitch session where the finalists are going to be going home with various amounts of money. Some of you that came to attend this conference from various places, you are going to be going home with various amounts of money. So we urge you not to leave, not to go. Please be present. Again, the session on finance, the panel on finance, empowering MSMEs with creative and inclusive funding solutions is coming up shortly, after which we take From Passion to Profit, navigating the business of creativity across multiple sectors. So I do believe that we are ready for this. We thank our delegates from all over the country and even beyond for being fantastic conference guests. This hall has been packed full. Yesterday, today, we've had people here, and even yesterday we were here till past 6 p.m., which is unprecedented in conferences in ABUJA. Most times, as soon as the opening ceremony is over, people gravitate away. But yesterday we were very impressed and very, we were glad to have our guests remain here even till past 6 p.m., excited to learn, excited to be a part of it. And again, we should start making our way back into the hall because the excitement is about to reach fever pitch. I mentioned to you earlier on that Osas Igodaro is in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not an illusion. She is right here in person and in flesh. Can we please, those of us who are in here, put our hands together as we welcome Osas Igodaro. Thank you very much. Wave to them now. They like you. They love you. They are coming for selfie. If they come, oblige them. Aha. You have to tell them how you manage to look amazing year in, year out. Osas, you give us the secret. Others are growing older. You're growing younger. I don't know what Benjamin Button is going on with all of that. So you will explain it to us when we say, welcome. We're glad to have you here. So yes, that panel is complete. Arese Ugu is here, author and producer, The Smart Money Woman. Osas Igodaro, she's an actress in that series. Wande Thomas, a director in the series, is here. And of course, Ryan Alabi, the director of photography of that series. Our own Japhet Omojoa is the moderator, the founder, and chief strategist at Alpha Reach, a great guy, a member of the board of the Halifax Global Forum, all the way in Canada. My dear brother and friend, always a pleasure to have him. So, if you are still around, please start making your way back into the hall, as very soon we are going to resume this session. Of course, Ife Durosimieti, the founder of Haconomy, the moderator of the finance session, has been very much around, and we're glad to have her. Once again, thank you to all our partners, GIZ, European Union, German Corporation, our sponsors, UBA, MasterCard, MoneyPoint, Wema Bank, Nexim, Premium Trust Bank, Bank of Industry, Providus Bank, the 715 Foundation, Microvis, Microfinance Bank, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, which I understand will soon be renamed the Nigerian Revenue something, Keystone Bank, and all the other sponsors of the National MSME Conference 2024, the second in the series. Please do not forget that we have awards for those that have won the pitch session, the finalists. They are going home with money in millions. I have seen the dot check, and it's the dummy check rather, and it's quite a lot of millions that people are going to be going home with. So I wish all of you good luck. I wish you all the best. I hope I'm looking at some of the winners. Mr. Wahid Olagunju, thank you very much, sir, for everything you've done. You've been with us from the beginning yesterday. You did amazing work at Bank of Industry. You are still doing amazing work at Bank of Industry. And it's always, always a pleasure to have you at events. You're very committed. Thank you very much. We're glad to note that our Muslim participants are back from their Jum'at Friday prayer. We welcome you back. We assure you that you have not missed much. Masterclasses are going on and some breakout sessions are also ongoing. Welcome back. I assure you lunch has not been served. So you did not miss lunch. Lunch has not been served. So that was not missed. Again, we have 2 exciting panels about to start any minute. If you are outside, if you are in the overflow, if you are in the general recreation area, please make your way back into the main hall. Sheena, Temi, if you all could please get someone to mention to them at the breakout rooms that they should please start making their way back into the main hall. They should wrap up the sessions and start making their way back into the main hall so that we can resume the plenary. Again, I mentioned that we're going to be having 2 fantastic sessions almost immediately. The finance session, empowering MSMEs with creative and inclusive funding solutions, and also another session from passion to profit, navigating the business of creativity across multiple sectors. All our panelists are seated. Ares Seugu is here. Osas Ihodaro is here and well seated. Wande Thomas, Ryan Alabi, and of course the moderator of that panel, Japheth Joseph Omojua, is very much seated. And once again, some of you are going to go home today with money. We are having the finals of the pitch session where we are going to be handing over cash awards to the winners. So please start praying that your own pitch is the one that makes it. So master classes are ongoing. Other breakout sessions are also ongoing, but we are wrapping up imminently so that we can resume plenary. So once you come in, please take your seats, make yourselves comfortable as we are going to be starting in another 5, maximum 10 minutes. So let's just go make sure that that happens. Thank you. Please, we need staff of Smeden, please. We need you to help us go to the breakout rooms and tell them that we need them back in the plenary immediately. Please, staff of Smeden, help your DG, help everyone. He has been up and about since yesterday. Let's replicate that. He won't do everything by himself. Please, staff of Smeden, if you are here, go to the breakout rooms and tell them that we need them back at plenary now. Plenary is resuming immediately. Please, if you are around the premises, make your way back into the hall and please be seated. We are about to resume another session. If you are in the hallway, if you are in the walkways, please make your way back into the auditorium. We are resuming plenary immediately. Take your seats and settle down, please, as much as possible, as seamlessly as possible, please. Thank you very much to those who are coming back in now. I assure you that we are about to resume. Thank you as you make your way back into the hall. Please settle down. Please settle down so that we can cover ground. Please, thank you very much as you come back into the hall. So if we can have Mr. Babatunde Ajayi back into the hall and seated on the front row, please. Mr. Babatunde Ajayi from UBA, please, back in the hall and seated. We're calling you almost immediately. Mr. Olu Akamu from EF in A. Fiducia, yes, already seated. Pierce Akinwande from GIZ. Pierce, are you in the room? Make yourself known to us, please. Mr. Pierce Akinwande, thank you. We're about to call you shortly. Kari Tukur, Vice President, Customer Solutions at MasterCard. Is Kari here in the room, please? Kari, Vice President, Masterclass, please make yourself known to us, please. Thank you. Ifeanyi Duru, Senior Vice President, Enterprise at MoneyPoint. Ifeanyi Duru, are you here with us? Ifeanyi Duru, please, the people from MoneyPoint, make sure please come to the front, please. Please, if you're a panelist, come to the front, please. It makes it easier for us. Please, if I've announced your name, come to the front, please. Thank you. Take a front seat. No, just a front seat where you're seated. In a minute. Thank you very much. As we settle down, we are starting now. Again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are imminently going to have a panel. We're having two panels back to back, first on finance, and then secondly, from passion to profit, navigating the business of creativity across multiple sectors. And all our panelists are seated. I'll just invite them to wave to the crowd. Mr. Rese Ugu, author and producer, the Smart Money Woman series. Can you just, let's put our hands together for Rese Ugu. Don't be tired of me. You've done amazing since yesterday. Our delegates, you've been amazing since yesterday. So please, don't be tired of me. Help me to make them warm. Of course, the phenomenal, the beautiful, the elegant, Miss Osas Ihodaro. Let's put our hands together for her. Osas, wave at them, wave at them, wave at them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do that. There you go. And then Wande Thomas is here. Don't worry, I won't ask you to wave. Ryan Alabi is also here. And then Jafet Omojoa is going to moderate that session. But shortly before that, please, can we have on the panel Ife Durosimi Eti, founder of Her Economy. Let's put our hands together for her. She's going to be moderating this session for us as she makes her way to the podium. Thank you, Nelly, for giving moral support to your co-panel moderator. Ife Durosimi Eti, founder of Her Economy. The second seat, please. Thank you. And following shortly, Babatunde Ajayi, head SME Banking, United Bank for Africa. Babatunde, let's put our hands together for Babatunde Asi. It's only one person clapping, oh, yeah. Please now, please help me. Thank you. Pierce Akinwande of Access to Finance, GIZ, Nigeria. Our hands together for Pierce Akinwande, please. Olu Akamu of EF in Africa. Olu, is Olu here? Olu Akamu. Our hands together for Olu, please. Kari Tukur, Vice President, Customer Solutions, MasterCard. Is Kari here? Awesome. Oh, how do you pronounce that? My apologies. Kari? Kari? I got it right? Kari. She's beautiful. Let's put our hands together for her, please. Ifeanyi Duru, Senior Vice President, Enterprise, MoneyPoint. Ifeanyi Duru, I asked you to come to the front earlier on. Where is Ifeanyi? That's why I asked you to come to the front. Ahead. Oh, yeah, take your royal walk. Let the whole world see you take your time. So let's put our hands together for Ifeanyi Duru. Even though he disobeyed me, he refused to come to the front when I asked him to. And finally, Joy Azumara, Head of Legal and Strategic Partnership, representing Fiducia. Let's put our hands together for Fiducia, actually, she corrected me. Joy Azumara of Fiducia. So, without further ado, Ife Durosimi Eti, this is your panel. These are your panelists. In 20 minutes, do justice to this panel on finance, empowering MSMEs with creative and inclusive funding solutions. Could the rest of us please settle down? No standing, please. I beg of you, respectfully. No standing, please. Everyone, please be seated so that we do not distract our panelists. Please, everyone, be seated, except, of course, our cameramen who will make sure that they do not obstruct us. Ife, over to you. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Did you guys all have a nice lunch or tea break? No. I'm sure you did, because I did. I'm very excited about this panel because it's talking about a topic that is very important, empowering MSMEs with creative and inclusive funding solutions. And we have such a power-packed panel. Like, just look at everybody here. Like, everybody here has done one thing or the other with their different businesses that they represent. And I look forward to really going deep into some of the solutions that, you know, have been created by some of these organizations who are represented here. So I'm going to start first with MoneyPoint, a brand that I absolutely love, by the way. So MoneyPoint has been actively supporting MSMEs through various incentives and initiatives, particularly during events like World MSME Day. I also saw an article by the managing director which said MSMEs are the lifeblood of the Nigerian economy. How can financial institutions, including MoneyPoint, further collaborate with government and other stakeholders to create long-term sustainable funding solutions that not only provide immediate relief, but also foster growth and capacity building for MSMEs in the long run?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the question. So I think the real strategy will be around partnership, which is something that, and collaboration, which is key when it comes to public-private sector engagement. I'll speak to the funding part, which is a question you asked, but I think the first thing is enabling regulation, right? We need to ensure that the regulation from the public side enables or promotes the business. And I'll give an example. One of the major pain points we've seen in MoneyPoint when it comes to providing or enabling small business when it comes to funding has to do with limits. A good number of SMEs, when we engage them, they are looking at some interesting value when it comes to accessing funds. But because of regulation, we are limited to the amount or the value that we can provide to this organization. But I think that is key. Then also partnership around grants, innovative grants wherein the public sector is bringing the funds and where the private sector, MoneyPoint, any other organization can leverage their technology to make the access to these funds pretty seamless. Now, one truth that I can confirm today is accessing credits, small businesses accessing credits today from the public sector is a bit stressful. A lot of paperwork, time spent. I know of, she literally had to visit this particular organization 12 times just to complete the whole paperwork documentation. But where you have collaboration, this can be streamlined. The whole process can be automated. Convenience can be brought to the table where this person can be able to start and literally finish the process online in real time. So I think these are just some of...
Actually, because a lot of, yes, please clap for him. A lot of people, even beyond the cumbersome process when it comes to like accessing finance for a lot of like traditional organizations, a lot of people don't realize that the information doesn't even trickle down, and technology also helps spread that information, leveraging things like social media, leveraging push notifications on platforms like, you know, MoneyPoint, Her Economy, other platforms that also exist. So it's very, very important for us to continue to collaborate and, you know, leverage technology. Thank you very much. Before we continue, okay, the CEO of Power Now is already seated here, Michael Lighter. Please, you're welcome to this panel. So my next question is for Kari Tuko. How is MasterCard driving digital financial inclusion for MSMEs?
Thank you very much, Ife, for that question. And before I start, I just want to say congratulations to the management of Smedan for such an important event. For us at MasterCard, one of our key tenets is driving inclusive and equitable access to digital finance and the digital economy in general. And working with the SME is a very important piece of that value story. If you look in Nigeria, for example, we've got over 40 million SMEs, but the rate of terminalization is less than 10%. We need to cast our mind back to last year when the central bank embarked on the decashing initiative, and the biggest sector of the economy that really struggled were the SMEs, who had only two methods of receiving payments. It was either cash or NIP. Unfortunately, the NIP platform was fully overloaded that it crashed, and I'm sure we can all attest to that. So it became very apparent to us that, you know, this sector of the economy needs some form of digital enablement so that they're able to carry out their business. And that's why MasterCard has taken great strides in developing the right sort of solutions that address some of the pain points that the SMEs have expressed when it comes to being included in the digital economy. One of that pain point is the cost of digital transactions. It's just too expensive when you compare that to the margins of the businesses that they trade in. The second thing is around the cost of the terminals, and I'm glad that MoneyPoint is on ground to speak to the distribution of the terminals that we have. And then the third point is around, just cybersecurity and just the threat of entering the digital economy. So what have we done at MasterCard? The first thing we did is we needed to leverage the mobile phone to democratize payments. Every SME has a smartphone, right? The challenge with the smartphones is that they're not enabled with the right capabilities to convert that smartphone to a terminal. And so we partnered with a company called KaiOS, which is an American company, to build a software that allows for mobile phones to be converted to a terminal. And we've embedded our tap on phone technology on those phones so that at a landing cost of $20,000 to $30,000, an average SME can actually have a mobile phone that can double up as a payment terminal. And that goes, thank you. And that goes a long way in including them in the digital economy. Because once you've achieved digitization, then it takes you to the next thing, access to credit. And that's one area with which SMEs they need that to be able to grow their business. So what we do is that we include you digitally, and then the second thing we do is take the data points from the digital transactions that you have consummated to be able to create new credit profiles. And this is very important for access to credit, because before the creation of digital profiles, SMEs needed collateral. I mean, we can attest to the fact that a lot of SMEs don't have collateral. So it's either they're borrowing at extremely high interest rates, or they're requiring a land or property to be able to access finance. So by digitizing their transaction flows and converting it to data points that lenders can trust, we're able to not only bring down credit, but include more SMEs within the digital ecosystem. So just two examples of some of the areas with which we are driving the inclusion for the average small to medium-sized enterprises in Nigeria. Thank you.
Fantastic. I knew that you were going to really break down your response, and I love MasterCard for all of their innovative work. Thank you very much for your response. Now I'm taking this now to UBA. So, Mr. Ajayi, I am a beneficiary of a grant given by one of your sister companies, the Tony Elumelu Foundation program, and it was very beneficial to me when I got into that program. Not just because I received the funding, but the training and the network, which was absolutely great in helping me, get to that next level. But what I found is that a lot of people don't know that these opportunities exist. And I received this grant in 2016, but till today, I'm still getting a lot of benefit from that. So, do you think that small businesses should use grants and all of these opportunities as a viable funding option?
Okay, thank you, Ife, and congratulations to the DG Smedan, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for that question. The Tony Elumelu Foundation grant was supposed to be for 10 years. Yeah. 10 years, and this year, the last set of awardees got their grants. However, from next year, it's going to be very, very big, bigger than now. We now have so many partners coming on board to be able to give greater than the $10 million given every year. In fact, prior to now, we've also gotten partners working with TEF to be able to say, okay, you see some state government saying, okay, after giving the loans, the grants to this set of people, look for the next 50 people from my state. I will fund that. And we've had such collaborations on that platform. But now the platform is going to become bigger. You now have DFI outside Africa. That announcement will soon be made, and you'll see how big that funding is going to be, and it's been all over Nigeria and all over Africa. If you've been doing about 3,000 to 5,000 a year before, or 2,000 to 5,000 or 4,000 a year before, let's look at when you now have a very big platform that can give far, far more than that. Therefore, the visibility and it's going to be pushed all over so that people will get to know. We are expecting a very, very big platform now, much more than what we have before. Therefore, more SMEs will be able to have access to it. And grants is a very, very practical way.
So if you're an SME or MSME here, tap into the opportunities that are available to you, to Tony Romosele, who is representing Mr. Akamu. I saw an article that he contributed to, which said which was titled Solving the Challenge of Finance, of Access to Finance by Nigerian SMEs, and was published in Premium Times. And he highlighted some of the critical barriers that MSMEs face in accessing finances, such as the high cost of credit and the complex requirements of financial institutions. Given the focus of this panel on empowering MSMEs with creative and inclusive funding solutions, could you elaborate on how these barriers can be overcome? Specifically, what role do you see organizations like EFINA play in fostering a more inclusive financial ecosystem for Nigerian MSMEs, and what innovative solutions are needed to bridge this gap?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Oluwatomi Romosele. I'm representing Mr. Oluwakomo, as you rightly mentioned. And EFINA is a financial sector deepening organization. We generally apply a market sector development approach, which means that we're looking at the system as a whole and how can it work for all in a way that's more inclusive. And to Mr. Olu's article, which was on the Premium Times, I believe, he was talking about the challenges that MSMEs face and how we can address that. And I think we've highlighted some of them already on the panel, around access to finance, around the high cost of terminals. But I want to also just touch on some of the things he mentioned critically and some of the solutions, which is around identity, digital ID, and that being the foundation. So some of the conversations we're having here is largely around formal inclusion first. So for EFINA, we're thinking about, so before we get to credit, we believe that finance should meet financial needs. So it should be, people need to perform, meet a financial need, and so finance should meet that. At the basic of all financial needs is payment. So the first thing people want to do is to pay, even before they have credit. And that's why when you go into a bank and you want to open an account, they always ask for an ID. And the question we're asking in Nigeria is how can we ensure that, one, people have access to ID, MSMEs, but how can we also ensure that that digital identity can be converted into something that enables them to have access to credit as well? So for example, we have a statistic that says that nearly 30 million adults, have a need but don't have an account. So there is that gap of transition from digital identity to having a transactional account, without which people don't have access to formal credit. And one of the things that we're doing at EFINA is building that infrastructure, in addition to regulation, which you mentioned as well. How do we strengthen our payments infrastructure so it is low cost and inclusive? And how do we ensure that that payment infrastructure, we can layer on a credible credit infrastructure on that as well? For example, we all know, we all know that less than 5% of businesses have access to formal credit. That's already an established fact. But the interesting thing is that even for the fintechs and the innovative digital platforms who are currently now extending credit, that credit information is not yet deposited with the credit bureaus. So it means that that data, which other institutions could leverage to even extend further credit and further access, we don't have that information. So one of the things that Mr. Olu and EFINA recommends is that, all fintechs, digital platforms who are currently lending, and we would also extend that to say if we can include the cooperatives. The DG yesterday mentioned how he's looking at that to drive, access to credit and to strengthen MSMEs. So we're also asking that, we also include the cooperatives, the informal groups. We also, because they are actually lending, that's where the credit is. Can we include that data in the credit bureaus as well? And can we also then ensure that, or enforce that the credit bureaus include the national identity number as part of the foundational data requirement that they have, so that way we can layer on that? Because we've seen the example in India and in Brazil, where we have the Indian stack, we have the Brazilian PIX. You need that strengthened, robust payment infrastructure upon which you can't possibly lay a good lending or credit infrastructure on that. And that's what EFINA is trying to do in the next 3 years, to support the ecosystem. Unfortunately, we've been able to drive financial inclusion, and we feel that we've pulled a lot of the pillars that we can pull. This issue around infrastructure ID is more around the government side. And so we need all the voices that we can have, DG, so that when we're having conversations about finance, Smeden and the others don't think it's a finance conversation. No, it is actually an ecosystem conversation, because if we don't fix the infrastructure, the digital public infrastructure on the finance side, we can't move access to credit for MSMEs.
Fantastic response. I really love the fact that you focus the point on identity. If you don't know your identity, how are you going to access credit? How are you going to access all of the opportunities that exist? So thank you very much for that response. Mr. Akinwande Pierce, I know GIZ does a lot of they do a lot for MSMEs when it comes to access to finance. And some of the examples of products that I know that you've done are products around factoring, equipment leasing. Can you talk us through the alternative finance models that you have?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, thank you very much. So just to correct that impression, I mean, GIZ, we do not develop products around these alternative financing models. GIZ as an organization, our model is essentially to work with state actors and non-state actors. On access to finance, we work with financial institutions and non-banking financial institutions, and also commercial banks, deposit money banks. And what we're trying to do essentially is to ensure that MSMEs are able to access finance. So we look at what's really happening within the society. Of course, the key thing everybody knows is the banks are not giving MSMEs finance, but that's a discussion for another day. So we decided to look at the alternative sources of financing for MSMEs, those instruments that do not require having income statement, balance sheet, and etc. that you would normally ask an MSME, and that would probably piggyback on the kinds of things that Dr. Eromosele is talking about, having a digital history. So we looked at some alternative models happening in Nigeria just to see what is the status of these models, and we found quite some of them quite interesting, and we decided to dig further to see who are the players there, and we did meet some of the players there, or most of the players there, and we've been working with them. Our model is to work with those organizations, institutions who are behind, who are the major players in this field. For example, equipment leasing. You mentioned equipment leasing. We are in partnership with the Equipment Leasing Association of Nigeria, and just recently we were able to get the Development Bank of Nigeria to provide wholesale financing to non-bank financial institutions. Of course, you know, DBA would ordinarily give it through the commercial banks, which they've been doing, but they've been able to look towards the alternative financing model. So we've recorded some successes in that area. We're also working with the National Factoring Working Group to look at the factoring instrument, which is a form of invoice discounting, to see how that can also be of use. How can MSMEs learn how to use it and adopt those kinds of tools. The Factoring Working Group of Nigeria has the likes of Nexi Bank, Afrexim Bank, the CBN, FSX 2020 is also part of it. Fiducia, sitting down here, is also part of that. She'll probably talk more about what we're doing around that instrument. We've also worked with the Security and Exchange Commission to look at crowdfunding. Okay. We realized that in Nigeria, we talk about crowdfunding we hear a lot of stories about crowdfunding, but if you go to the Security and Exchange Commission, they'll tell you only 2, maybe 3 now, intermediaries are registered to operate crowdfunding in Nigeria, which is a shame, if you ask me. I mean, a country as big as Nigeria, we do not have so many players in that field. So we're working with them. We had a stakeholder dialogue to see exactly what the problems are. We did a study around it to know, to take a look at the rules, the SEC rules on crowdfunding, and why a lot of investors are not buying into it. So we did that some time ago, sometime in April. And I believe the Security and Exchange Commission is structurally working on that. So we do quite a number of things around alternative models, both at the regulatory level and also at the market level, trying to see how we can get a lot of these instruments working effectively for the micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. I like that you touched on crowdfunding as an alternative source of funding for businesses, because I personally raised funding, $600,000 through crowdfunding. So a lot of people, and I know that I'm one of the very few people who have actually gone that route, and I didn't even realize that there was any regulatory body that was regulating that ecosystem. So, but when you start thinking about who are people around you, do these people trust you? What can I tell them about the kind of business I'm trying to build and the kind of impact I want to make, and will these people buy into this vision? And once you have those people, it's easier for you to raise funding as opposed to waiting to first go to the bank or go to some of these cumbersome alternatives.
Sorry, I think the issue around that is if you are aware of something that happened in Nigeria a while ago with a lot of crowdfunders coming up, and a lot of people, a lot of investors mean you and I, it means everybody in the room, lost a whole lot of money because some people will pull all these funds together and they zap. So that's why the Security and Exchange Commission is regulating that environment, and why they are very strong in terms of having only licensed operators within that space.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to go over to Joy. I like he also spoke about factoring, and I want you to delve more into factoring. So what does factoring do, and how does this impact on MSMEs?
Thank you very much. And then I'll first like to say a huge thank you to SMIDAN and GIZ for this opportunity. So I think what every small and medium enterprise within this room can admit is, regardless of what sector you work in, regardless of what size your business is, you've issued an invoice before. Can I get people to agree with me at least? You've issued one invoice before, regardless of how small or big it is. And primarily the challenge that businesses have is there is a huge lag between the time that you issue an invoice and the time that you get paid. Because every entity that you're working with also has their own cash flow, and cash flow management is a huge thing. So the concept of factoring basically came in between to say, how can we provide the liquidity to these businesses whilst they're waiting for the lag period for their corporates that they're working with to pay them. So the concept of factoring really is that an SME uploads or issues an invoice to their principal, and on the back of that invoice, they can go to a financial institution and say, I have this invoice, my principal is going to pay you on so and so day. That's kind of what distinguishes factoring from invoice discounting. And so the reason why Fiducia was really set up is we understand that within the finance markets, there's a huge gap, and it's a trust gap. So when people say financial institutions don't lend to SMEs, I want to back them sometimes and say, these people genuinely want to lend to SMEs, but financial institutions are not charity organizations. They are also not gamblers. Nobody wants to throw their money away. They want a situation where they can be absolutely certain, right? Because these are shareholders' funds, these are depositors' funds. They want a situation where they are assured that if they give out this money on the designated day, the money will come back to them. So what did we do as Fiducia? We came as a technology platform to provide a trust environment. So how it works is a vendor who works with, it can be anybody as high as Olam, or even a beauty supplier who does beauty products, right? The vendor comes, uploads their invoice, their principal, who is the Olam or the beauty supplier, says, I know this vendor, I know this invoice, I know this amount, please go ahead, I approve. What then happens is that that data then goes to a pool where multiple financial institutions, from banks as big as Access Bank, which is one of the primary, the first commercial banks that we onboarded on our platform, to microfinance banks, hopefully Money Points will join us soon, to microfinance banks, even to finance houses, every one of them are on that, and they get to see all the different invoices and the invoice values, and they can say, okay, I like this person because they're a supplier for Dangote. I don't know you, but I know Dangote, and I know that Dangote will pay me on the 30th of December. And so that's how that process has worked. As of today, we've launched officially in June of 2023, I believe. And as of today, we've financed invoices as high as, I think, my colleagues are going to kill me if I mess this up, I think as high as 600 billion naira. And it's really around trust, because when we went to our first principal, when we went to our first buyer, the question was really, I have money, I don't need the money, I don't need the liquidity. But we told them, you don't need the liquidity, but your suppliers do. And once one principal came on and brought all their vendors, we found that it's just an ecosystem of trust. These financial institutions, like I said, we've done over 600 billion naira in invoice value. So we can't categorically say in the Nigerian market today that financial institutions are not lending to SMEs. They are lending to SMEs, they want to lend to SMEs, and these opportunities are available. So if you were ever thinking about what other creative forms of access and finance, factoring is one of them, and fiduciary is a place that you can visit. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And this, what you said actually leads me to my next question, because we actually have, a founder here, Power Now. As someone who's in the renewable energy space, how does Power Now help MSMEs, and what kind of solutions have you come up with to help it, to make it more affordable, for MSMEs?
Thank you, Ife. And thank you, Smidan, for this opportunity. Going by your question, one of the major problems we identify businesses to have is power. There is lack of power, majorly in Nigeria, and for us in Power Now, our mandate is to transition businesses to renewable energy, especially in the solar space. And what we're actually doing is to help them manage their finance, because we also know that solar installation is not actually cheap. It's capital intensive. And that's why we're actually offering a part financial model, which is Power Now, Pay Later. This helps MSMEs to actually power their businesses on a little equity while they spread the payment over 6 to 12 months. That's just the way we're actually doing it, to ensure that they are moving from the full software, from powering their businesses. Today we can see that we're actually struggling to refine our fuel in Nigeria. There's back and forth. Hopefully, that is sorted quickly. And we know that the future of power is in renewable energy and other forms that are associated with it. So that's how we are powering SMEs.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So we're giving 20 minutes for this session. So I don't want to take too much of your time, but before we close this session and before we get questions from the audience, I would also like to say a very big thank you to Smedan and the DG of Smedan for making it easier for MSMEs and SMEs in Nigeria, for also listening to the voices of the MSMEs. We've come a long way. We've all been in business. We know how difficult it is right now. So even just providing this, space where we can actually have conversations, go back and make sure that we actually come up with real solutions that can actually make our lives easier. We'd like to say a big thank you. So, questions, please. And thanks to these amazing panelists. You guys, gave your all to all of the questions. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Okay, I can see a hand there. Please come. Yes. And if there's any other person who wants to ask a question, you can just come forward so that we don't have like a delay.
So do we have questions?
Yeah,
Anybody want
he's
to
coming
ask?
up.
He's coming up. Any other person? Any other question, please? We can take 2 or 3. Yes, sir. Any other one? Please, your name and straight to the question. Thank you, sir.
So my name is Mustafa Adinoyi. So I'm a product manager by profession, and I work with Easy Comply. So my question is directed to you. So, to you rather. So, so you spoke about fiduciary, right? So I want to understand how can we partner in terms of because we work with a lot of SMEs to do compliance for them. So how can we partner so that those companies that do invoicing, we can actually partner with you, right? So I want to that was my question, right? And the spelling of fiduciary also. I tried to search online, but I couldn't get it yet.
Thank you.
FIDUCIA.
There was another gentleman that was coming up. Any other question? Yes, sir. Oh, I thought you were coming up. Oh, okay. It's fine, it's fine.
This is almost like I'm a plant. I'm sorry, because I'm in fiducia. So, but I wanted you to point out one of the things that you didn't mention, which obviously the SMEs would be interested to know. So I was going to ask you a question in an interesting way so that you could give the following answer. Let me just give the answer. So the answer is fiducia because of the way it's organized. Fiducia because of the way it's organized will give the lowest pricing because it will give the pricing at the pricing of the principal. So the pricing that we as SMEs and suppliers are not normally, we don't have the opportunity to benefit from that pricing. That's the pricing that you will get. 2, there's no collateral. 3, you get the money within 48 hours because it's all against the risk of the principal. So if you've supplied an MTN, for example, it speeds up the process. If you supplied any buyer that's onboarded with us, and of course, the risk of the buyer is different from the risk of the supplier, typically, because SME risk is considered higher by the financiers. That's the way your risk is de-risked. So they are no longer looking at your own risk; they're looking at the risk of the buyer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fiducia got 2 seats on the panel. Final question? Any other person? All right, great. So, okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Nonyo Mahi. I'm a BDSP. I've worked with SMEs for quite some years, and I found out that, in fact, most of them have found out that the problem, when you ask them before they come for training, what's the problem? Money. Immediately after the training is over, they now tell you money is no longer the problem. And they go back to build. They come back after 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, as the case may be. So the challenge is that preparing them, de-risking them to an extent before they are funded so that that demand can come and the risk is low. I would like to know, are there any of you we can work with to prepare these candidates? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ife, back to you, please. Thank you.
Who would like to answer that question?
I can respond to that. Okay. All right, thank you very much, Madam. So at the GIZ setting program, we are also in partnership with Smidan. I'm sure you must have heard us talk about the ICSS. Marcus and my colleagues have talked about the ICSS program. So that program is actually meant to help build capacitate MSMEs. And we do this in partnership with quite a number of organizations. And I also know for certain that we are also working with BDSPs in this area to help the MSMEs to actually build themselves. Like you said, most times it's usually not finance. It could also be they just need to have that knowledge and understanding. And interestingly, you are sitting right in front of my colleague who you should be talking to. So just, the conference is for networking, so please feel free to network. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay.
I think that's a very important question because, like the Honorable Minister spoke about earlier, SMEs need two things: capacity building and empowerment. MasterCard has done a lot of work in both areas. On the capacity building side, even just partnering with Smeed, and we've built a lot of development programs for SMEs that touches on how they access finance, how they enter new markets, how they manage their business, and we've also put in place practical tools that they can use, which I'm very happy to connect with you so we can share that. So we've got tools called the Entrepreneur Odyssey, which is really training them around business planning. Then you've got tools around Trust Center, because once you go into the digital economy, you expose yourself to all sorts of cybersecurity risks. So our Trust Center is there to guide them through that process. We also have a digital diagnostic tool that helps an SME sort of analyze where they are in terms of their digital transformation journey and what capabilities they require to move to the next level. We partnered with Lagos State Employee Trust Fund in terms of training, and we can pass on the learnings to you and to anybody else who is keen to learn. But I think fundamentally, one of the biggest areas, the most recent one that we've actually done, is with the Africa Development, but AFDB. And with AFDB, we created what is called MADE, Mobilizing Access to the Digital Economy. And it's a global alliance, right, that pulls together partners from over 45 countries in Africa, where we are delivering critical assets that an SME needs to grow and to thrive. AFDB has committed over $300 million to this cause. MasterCard is already working to ensure that we include over 100 million people into the digital economy by 2030, starting with 15 farmers in Nigeria and Kenya, and that's really critical, right? With things like digital identity capabilities, because that is the first leg, right? And then we put them in with the right tools and the right trainings. So there's a lot that we're doing, and I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but I'm happy to connect with anyone who's keen, because that empowerment, the capacity building piece is so critical, and we have a lot of tools that we can support you with. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Carrie. I knew when she took that microphone, she was going to finish us. Like, I've known Carrie for, I don't know, maybe 20 years or more, and she's one of the most intelligent people that I've ever met. So thank you very much for, breaking it down. Like MSMEs, we need all the help. Capacity building is number one before funding. So yes, I believe, everything you said. Before we leave, I'm just going to give the microphone to Mr. Ajayi, because I want him to talk about a partnership that they currently have to support MSMEs with funding, since we're talking about funding. So I don't want us to leave this, high table without talking about the partnership that they have.
Sorry, Faye. There is a question here, just one question. Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Lady Grace Titi Farsi. It's for MasterCard. I happen to be the president of Nigerian Women in Agricultural Business Cooperative Society Limited, and we're about implementing an ERP solution where all of our members should be on that solution. And you know how the cooperative works. They are meant to upload their product or process. So it's supposed to be a real-time, on-time solutions for all of our members, even when we want to have meeting, when they want to pay for their subscription, even when they want to take up loan or do contribution, because to be connected to a gateway system. But the issue we have right now is that 80% of our smallholder farmers are in the interior. So when we want to disseminate information to them, we have to go through the ward coordinators of the primary cooperative society. And we're thinking of talking with some of these Chinese producers to have this cheap Android phones that our smallholder farmers can buy, so that we want everyone online, every millions one of them online. And we heard what you said about the solution for this smallholder farmers. We want to work with you towards that. And our women always pay. We're not talking about free. We don't believe in intervention. We see agri as a business. So we'd like to work with MasterCard to see how this can get to our women, even if our member, when I mean women, I mean both women and girls, how they can pay for this over 12 months. Thank you. And thank you to Smeden.
Thank you so much for that question. And one of the key focus areas for us, particularly with the AFDB partnership, is agriculture and women. And we have pledged to ensure that we include about 15 million of these groups within the digital economy within the next 10 years. And there are two most important areas that I want to touch on. You spoke about the sector in the rural areas, and some of the issues that they have even is as simple as just lack of internet. So how do you include people into the digital economy and they don't even have access to the internet or access to online capability? And that's why we committed to building a solution called Community Path, and I'll talk you through what that means. It's an offline solution that is designed primarily for our consumers who are in the rural areas, to ensure that between their POS or these cheap phones that we're bringing into the market, they're able to actually accept and make payments. And what's also important is our partnership with KaiOS, again, ensuring that the mobile phones that our SMEs are using already have inbuilt payment acceptance capability, and that's a piece of work that I think is really critical if we really want to include those 40 million SMEs in Nigeria into the digital economy. The AFDB partnership has access to funding, cheaper funding, and our technology to support that, and I'm happy to work with you on how you can access that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Ajayi, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. This opportunity is just for us to be able to tick another box. I know the Minister for Women Affairs spoke earlier with Shegun of the Office of AFCFTA. I just want you to know that we have a partnership with the AFCFTA Secretariat in Ghana to a $6 billion partnership to give loans to SMEs within 4 critical sectors for the next 3 years. 20% of that is devoted to Nigeria. That's 1.2 billion. We've already started giving that. And I saw the women amongst us here. They're very, very passionate about export. One of the core sectors we are looking at is agro-processing, and that fund is available for those who want to export. We are also looking at pharmaceuticals. We are looking at transport and logistics, and automotive. It's very, very important. We are providing capacity development, and the loans that will be given also, we have partners who are de-risking the loans and all that for the beneficiaries to be able to have access to the loans at, you don't even need so much collateral to be able to have access to that. Therefore, we have the pause, we have the money. You can approach any UBA branch to be able to get this loan. The interest rate is very, very competitive. Don't bother about that. It's very competitive. Thank you very much.
What is the interest rate, please?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. What I want you to also ask is, what is MPR as of today? MPR is 27.25. And as a bank, when you look at the asymmetric corridor of the MPR, you have +5 and -5. As a bank, if I'm going to take fund overnight from CBN, it will be 32.25 for me with my rating. Therefore, I know the level of interest rate is very, very high, but we still remain very, very competitive. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you all so much for all of the questions that you've asked. One house, please. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for the questions we've asked. We had a very fantastic conversation, and we look forward to collaborating with anybody here who has a product or service, or if you want to export, I'm sure you can speak to anybody on this panel, and they'll be more than happy to put you through or connect you with somebody who can help you or take your business to that next level. Thank you, Smeden, once again, and thank you, Mr. Charles Odi, for this fantastic outing. Have a lovely day.
Thank you very much. Thank you. DJ, please join the photograph, please. While the photograph is on, I'll take us through a few of the rearranged programs. We'll have a short goodwill message, and then we will sign 2 MOUs. Then we have the pitch competition. Some young people are ready to win a few millions. And then we'll be taking on the panel of passion to profit, more pitch, then lunch, and then we'll be saying goodbye to you. Don't worry, all of this will not take a lot of time. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while we, Sam, maybe we'll begin to set here for the MOU. Let me say, sir, let me apologize to you. You were here yesterday. You were supposed to be part of the panel. It didn't hold. And you are still having smiles on your face, still looking handsome. We say thank you to you. And so what we will do, we'll have you come here and abridge what we were supposed to have said in the panel in a short goodwill message while they set up the place for the MOU signing. And then after you're done, we can continue with every other thing we're doing. But accept our apologies as I invite you to the microphone, please. He's representing the Managing Director and CEO of the Rural Electrification Agency, ABUJA, and his name is Dr. Ahmed Yahaya Al-Hassan. He will be saying a few things, and then we will move on to other things. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Smedan, for this wonderful conference and for having the Rural Electrification Agency participate. Just as was rightly announced, we were supposed to be on a panel, but it's transforming to be a goodwill message. To start, how many MSMEs here do not require electricity to power their businesses? Please put up your hands. Or do I repeat the question? How many of you out there require electricity to power your businesses? That's virtually everybody. Okay, so to start, let me tell you about what the Rural Electrification Agency is all about. The Rural Electrification Agency was established by the Electricity Act 2023 to provide access to reliable electrification to underserved, unserved, and peri-urban communities in Nigeria. And this one also extends to organizations such as the nano, the micro, the small, the medium enterprises that are out there. Now, we have a very good collaborative handshake with Smedan in that in their industrial development centers, they are what you call common focal centers, if I'm not mistaken. So the Rural Electrification Agency is going to provide between 30 kilowatt peak to 100 kilowatt peak of solar mini-grid power to those common facility centers. And from there, it will translate into having power that you can also incubate and generate your businesses. What REA does is, through all these interventions that we have, is to provide, through what you call the Rural Electrification Fund, opportunities for Nigerians generally that reside in rural Nigeria. And also, through the Nigerian Electrification Project, we have what you call the distributed access to renewable funded, a World Bank funded activity that intends to touch the lives of 17.5 million Nigerians. And in this 17.5 million Nigerians, 40 million SMSEs will also be part of it. At least they will get access to electricity. And let me explain how this works. When we go to any rural community and provide them with, let's say, 100 kilowatt peak solar mini grid, it translates to who connects to the mini grid. You have the primary healthcare centers that are there that will connect. Health is wealth. True? You have productive use of energy equipment users to also connect. And in this productive use of energy is directly the nano, the micro, the small, medium-scale enterprises. So the good news out there is that we are touching so many communities and providing solar mini-grid electrification. We're providing solar home systems. We're providing e-vehicles. We're providing channels that both the developers of renewable energy can meet with the productive use equipment users and form a partnership. Ours is to guarantee the quality of what it is you're going to get. We assure you that the products that are going to be given to you, whether solar home systems, whether solar mini grids, whether any activity within the renewable energy sphere, is guaranteed, qualitative, and standard. We wouldn't want a situation where you pick up products and then it just lasts just a few days and then it goes away. No. Products should actually be giving you 10 years battery life cycle and so many other things to do it. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we would have spoken a lot when we were on the panel, but as is a goodwill message, please take this as a goodwill message on behalf of the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of the Ruralification Agency, Abba Abubakar Aliyu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Al-Hassan, for that goodwill message from the Rural Electrification Agency. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, moving real quick. At this point, we're going to go into the signing of an MOU between the Enterprise Development Center of Pan-Atlantic University, Lagos Business School, and the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDAN. A brief background: the Enterprise Development Center of the Pan-Atlantic University has the mission of providing holistic business development and support services to small and medium enterprises in Nigeria. EDC provides capacity building programs and variety of wraparound services such as advisory services, mentoring, experts in residence, network meetings, access to market and information, implementation of organizational plans, and much more. Therefore, today, the Enterprise Development Center of the Pan-Atlantic University, Lagos, is going to be signing a memorandum of understanding with the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria towards enhancing the work that they do at SMEDAN. On that note, may I invite the representatives of the Enterprise Development Center, with your round of applause, of course, for them to step forward to the table, while I invite the Director General of the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDAN, Mr. Charles Odi, to also step forward to the signing table. Representatives of EDC, please. Temi? EDC. I believe this mic is audible. Can you all hear me? Do we have representatives of EDC in this building? Are you shy? Why shall you shy? Please don't sit down again. Come, be coming, ma. People are hungry, oh. Be coming, be coming. Thank you. Let's go to the table, please. Let's put our hands together for them as they proceed. DG, please take your place. And while they're getting ready, please, Safital, if you could also get ready for the signing of your own MOU. Safital, please get ready. Thank you. Safital, please get ready. You are signing next. Representatives of Safital, please be on standby. Thank you. Okay, okay. DG, would like to kindly tell MSMEs here gathered what they stand to benefit from this MOU that you have just signed. Just briefly, please.
Okay. So thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. So the MOU that we have signed essentially is an MOU with SMIDAN to train women across every single state of the Federation for free. So there's some numbers we've been banding around, but beyond the training, they also have access to the issues that we've been discussing since yesterday, the issues that SMIDAN has observed that has prevented them from scaling. So things around mentoring, things around helping them put structures and systems. That's essentially the MOU that has been signed. So I think SMIDAN deserves a round of applause for that. Sorry, this is Enterprise Development Center, Pan-Atlantic University, not Lagos Business School. We are the Entrepreneurship Center of Pan-Atlantic University.
Great. Thank you very much. Symbolic exchange. I expect the women to clap even louder. Did you hear when they said they are going to train you free of charge, at no cost to you? Thank you.
No, how many women are you training?
Okay, so we are supporting SMIDAN because SMIDAN aims to create at least 1 million jobs as part of the agency's commitment to MSME development. So to create 1 million jobs, from what we have done in the last 1 year, in working with 300 BDSPs that are here, the 300 BDSPs across every local government were given 20, 30 entrepreneurs. And in 1 year, they created almost 200-something thousand jobs. So 1 million jobs doesn't mean we don't need to train 1 million people. If we're able to train a minimum of 5,000, 10,000 women across the Federation, we can more than hit the target of 1 million. No, so it's jobs. How many people am I training? 10,000. You want to hold me to it in public? 10,000.
10,000, I think she deserves a resounding applause. So 10,000 women in agriculture, in tech, and the creatives. So the creative sector, 10,000 women in the next 12 months. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We're grateful. Thank you. As the DG stays back, may I request the representative of Safital to please step forward for their own signing. Safital is more than just a technology company. They are a catalyst for progress, a bridge across the digital divide, and a champion for Africa's brightest minds. They are not just solving problems, they are building a future where technology empowers people, communities, and entire nations to reach their full potentials. Ladies and gentlemen, Safital for the signing of an MOU with Smedan, after which they will tell us what the MOU seeks to achieve. I would like to request the panelists for the creative panel to please get ready. You're coming on stage now. Yes, sir. Jaf Omojua, moderator, Osas, Arese, One and all the rest of you, please. Thank you for your patience. You are coming on stage shortly. Let's put our hands together for them, please. MOU between Smedan and Safital. I would now invite the Group MD CEO of Safital to tell us what this MOU seeks to achieve.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. So yesterday, during the presentation of the DG, he mentioned something. Now, we can talk about funding. They need to learn how to sell. They need to learn marketing. They need to learn customer service. So what the DG has done is to create a digital ecosystem that can transmit knowledge from those who have the knowledge and experience to those who need it. Now, a lot of initiatives are going on regarding such trainings and such capacity building. Some are physical and some are digital. So I'm pleased to announce today, the DG is unveiling the SME Digital Academy. That's what this MOU is all about. I think that deserves a round of applause, yes. So it's a digital platform, right? So wherever you are in Nigeria, all you need is a smartphone. Go to the SME Digital Academy.com, or you can download the mobile app, and you can start learning for free anywhere you are. And once you are done learning, the interesting part is you will get your certificate. You write a short quiz or a short exam, and you download the certificate, and you can share the certificate on social media. Now, what that does is that it removes all boundaries to learning. And I'm pleased to also announce that the DG himself has a course on the academy, 21 questions that entrepreneurs ask. He has been to the studio. He has recorded himself teaching that course. So it's available on the platform. And I also want to say that the directors from Smedan and the Smedan certified trainers over the years that have been trained all over the world on how SMEs should run, they have also come to the studio. They've recorded themselves. And now we have a beautiful platform, the SME Digital Academy, powered by Smedan, that is releasing knowledge to all over the country. No more boundaries. That's what we are signing here today. So I want to say congratulations to Smedan, to the DG Smedan, and to all the directors and everyone involved in this project. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So what we're doing, basically, how many of you are business development service providers here? Let me see with the show of hands. Wait. Make some noise, make some noise. Okay, so what it is some of you are certified business development service providers in legal, in accounting, bookkeeping, and its likes. Before our conference tomorrow, what we've done is we've created this platform where all your knowledge, right, at zero cost to you, let us know, we'll book some time with them, and they will just basically digitize the knowledge. And so all the SMEs in our ecosystem, there are approximately 40 million small and medium businesses in the 36 states and the FCT. We cannot reach all of them one-to-one. So what we're doing is we're leveraging technology, using one-to-many. So you prepare the course, put the course on there. Let us know if you want some money for it. If you don't want any money for it, our small businesses can take the course. So also to the creatives, people who want to start, want to learn how to make beats. So we can approach someone like Don Jazzy. He can record a course there. And if you want some money for his course, we can just split it 50-50. Those who want to go into acting, about to witness like the creative panel, we'll see some acting. And anyone in Nigeria who actually wants to learn anything can take advantage of the SME Digital Academy. The course that I'm looking forward to, by the way, this gentleman, the beautiful lady next to him is his beautiful wife. So they are going to take a course on how they've been doing business together as a couple. So running a family business is the course that I want to see from both of them. How many of you like to see that course? Good, thank you. So let's make them commit to it. When is the course going to be ready?
DG, we have been on this matter. Ladies and gentlemen, just watch this space.
Thank you. Mr. Iberi Young.
DG, well done. Your legs must be aching now. Thank you very much. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are moving from finance to fine art. We are moving from signing of MOU to how to create some of the very best series on Netflix. We have some of our very finest directors, actors, and creative people and authors in the room right now. But before I bring that panel on, some time ago, a wonderful lady, producer, writer, author, wrote a book, The Smart Money Woman. And this has turned into one of the finest television series, and not just here, on the continent and globally. Aresogu, well done. Beautiful. So before I bring the panel, and in fact, one of the people that acted in it is one doing oof now. Beautiful actress. One of those people that we can showcase. The Nollywood industry is over $6 billion industry, creating close to 1 million jobs. And this woman here, Osasi Godero, is one of those people that is making the industry vibrant and creative. Well done. Well done. And so this is what we will do. Before I invite the panel, we'll have what we call a short premiere of the series. If you are in this room, you are very, very privileged. You are a VVIP to see this here. So can we have the video before we have the panel?
You already know how the thing go. Don't be as food on Julio. Money man on you go yard. This go on boy or you go hard. Get me lit. Hey, Taba Wale na shut down. Get me lit. I'm a party to the sundown. Get me lit. Hey, Taba Wale na shut down. Get me lit. Hey, I want mommy to touch down. Come on.
went you to school to study marketing. You decided to take fashion design as a profession. Tammy, I can't sustain the venture for 5 years. I've been putting money into your business and nothing is coming out from it.
Daddy, that's not fair. Fashion is my passion.
Passion what?
Is this what I think it is?
Well, it depends what you think it is.
Banke,
Are you mad?
you slapped me.
I know, I was there.
What for?
Badibo, I know you don't have any shame. But for the sake of my reputation, I suggest that you don't discuss our financial struggles with men who are actually successful.
Look, I don't know what you think you heard.
You will not know. That's because the poverty is affecting your brain. Just so you know, I have an image to uphold. And I'm not going to let you drag me down with you.
Look, this is getting out.
Sorry, guys. You were taking way too long, and I'm a bit claustrophobic. So, carry on.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Mommy, I hope you're not calling for another round of prayers, though. Altar what?
Altar offering. You don't have to be afraid. The prophetess has seen bad visions about you. Look, I'm going to put the phone on speaker so that I can speak to the prophetess.
I have a message from God to you.
I'm sorry, who is this?
It is I, daughter of the Most High, the most anointed amongst prophets, prophetess Golden.
For your information, the elders and our entire family members are not happy with you at all. They have sent me to tell you that our sister must be buried in our father's compound in Ujumu.
In Ijumu?
If you like, be repeating after me like a radio. Asoromagbesi. Look, this is our tradition, and things must be done properly. This plan of burying her in Lagos should never have been an option in the first place. Never.
Look.
But my son, is it me you are telling, look? I've never seen this sort of thing before. Never.
I apologize.
You apologize? Oh no, apologize, I be apologize. Will this your apology change the location of the burial from Lagos to Ijumu, our father's compound? Will it? An elder like me journeyed all the way from our village to Lagos to steer you in the right direction. You are here, having the effrontery to tell me that you apologize. I do not blame you.
Okay, Uncle, you want to move it? Let's move it.
Annie, that is how it should be, Abi.
There's no problem. You haven't contributed a single dime to this burial. So here's what's going to happen. I'll find out how much it will cost and I will send you the bill. When you make a deposit, we'll start making arrangements to move it. No?
A range of cheaper options. This, for example, is 3 million, and that one over there, just 6.5.
Hey, now you are talking. Bola, what do you think?
It is perfect. Very befitting.
I hope you have some befitting money to pay for that.
What do you mean? We are not going to settle for less at this burial.
But you will pay for it.
6.5 million, Abi. Why stop there? Hey, brought it to 7 million yen. Is your bank card here?
Oh, Dami. How much exactly are you contributing for this funeral? Bola, what about you?
This is the fabric the family must wear.
Yes, it's nice, but maybe we should look at some other options.
Madam, you have very good eyes. This is very exclusive fabric. You won't find anywhere. Just 150K for 5 years. But you have to make a deposit so that I can return it for you.
No problem. She will make payment.
Asbola, this is ridiculous. 150,000 naira per person.
For your own mother, Lara, don't tell me you are that ungrateful.
The loss of loved ones bring
about this as well. We need multiple streams of income.
We can't depend on one salary. It's dangerous. Yeah, in this economy, there's no job security. So I've been thinking about this for some time, and I want you ladies to let me know what you think. So what if we put our monies together and we now buy some apartment units in Ogislo Towers? We'll own it jointly, and then we'll rent it out for income. I actually like the sound of that, but where are we going to get the money, ma? I bet we're going to sell this your bag. Okay, well, it's 18 to 24 months to completion, so we have time to think about it and plan for it. Plus, I need to own something valuable. I can't continue on with these small wins in salary and savings. I feel that we need to be focused towards income growth here on out.
I do love the idea. Don't rule me out yet. Just let me see if I can sort some things out first.
No, I know. I just want you to hear me out. Now, we don't need all of the money all at once. Now, if we all raise 4 million naira each, we could actually make this work.
How?
So Richmond has given us allocation to be available for our staff, and all we have to do is just put 20% down deposit. I think I can take a loan from the bank.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe Daddy Davis can give me the money. But I'm actually really excited at the prospect of owning something together, guys. This is going to be mad.
I guess what I tell. You want to be a divorcee? Eh? This is your life we're talking about, my friend. Stop all this nonsense and fight. Fight for your marriage. Fight. Fight? Mommy, since I got into this marriage, all I have done is fight. I fought Soji's infidelities. I fought his financial irresponsibilities. I fought shame. I fought ridicule. And Soji's blatant disrespect for this marriage. All I do is fight. I thought this was a marriage, Mommy, not a battlefield.
How about tonight? I'll send you the details.
I call you say-less. I'll spoil you, silly baby.
I don't expect anything less. Alright, see you, Bobby.
James Bond. Out with one, in with another.
More like Bobby Bond.
I don't want you to worry your head about that.
Oh,
okay?
it's too late. I am. Why didn't you tell me?
Because of that worried look you have on your face right now, Zuri. Babe, listen. I hope you know that I would never do any of those things.
You're my man. I trust you.
Okay. Then believe me when I tell you that I'm handling it.
You need to go and ask about me. Do you know how much I've raised in this Lagos? Those fintech boys doing their Series B. Ask them how much I raised for them.
So you want Series B?
It's funny for their startup, you don't even know the lingo. You have not done entrepreneurship. I was selling dogs when I was 10.
Ain't no problem to be, we can figure a way out. Cause you know that I see you. Fine girls with they hustle. Bad boys have did they hustle too.
And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the clip provides a background for our next panel, which is actually from passion to profit. Our moderator is a writer, a political commentator, social media expert, who wrote a book, Digital, the New Code. Please welcome here the founder and chief strategist, the Alpha Rich, Japhet Joshua Omojua. Let me welcome panel members, a whole lot of them absolutely creative people. The next one is a photographer, director of photography. He is fascinated by faces, color, light, Afrocentric vibes, and fabric. Please welcome here, Ryan Alabi. Our next one is a director. He has written a few books and produced movies. Napped is one. Lara of Lagos is another. And then coming is Under the Influence. Please welcome Wande Thomas. So what do you say about her? Actor, TV hostess. In 2010, she was Miss Black USA. She has a foundation known as Joyful Joy Foundation, designed to fight malaria. So beyond her creative arts, she's also contributing to society. Please welcome the delectable, elegant, beautiful Osas Ighodaro. Now the movie you just saw, the series you just saw, is based on a book written by a beautiful woman, the author of The Smart Money Woman, producer, author, and a creative mind. Please welcome Arese Ogo. Or did I add that she's also elegant? You're welcome. So we have the panel. Omojua, are you ready? Do your thing.
Thank you very much. I think the first thing I'm going to do is to acknowledge the audience. I think in Abuja, 5 p.m. or almost 5 p.m. to have this place like this, I think is extraordinary. So the first applause has to go to you. Thank you for staying behind. And I'm going to reward you for that. I have 5 books here. I'm going to give out 5 books. I'm able to give more later, but I'm going to give out 5 books right now. But at the end of the panel, it means that you have to listen to get one of these 5 books. I wrote one of them. The second one I published by Olumide Soyombo is invested in over 100 companies, so that gives you an idea. The third one was written by Mohammed Datijo. He's currently one of the deputy governors of the central bank, but he wrote it before he went to the central bank. So his views in the book are much more raw from a different perspective than that of the central bank. But to the business of this panel, and literally business, because most times when people hear passion, when they hear creative sector, they think it's about a hobby, they think it's about fun, they think it's about something that doesn't have something to do with money. But you must be mistaken, because the numbers are real. If you've been paying attention, if you look at the gross value added by the creative economy in the US is over 1.1 trillion US dollars. Don't try to change it to Naira on your phone, you get error. The gross value added by the creative sector in the UK is about 146 billion pounds. Again, don't change it on your phone, you get an error. The value for Nigeria was mentioned earlier. It's between $5 billion to $6 billion. I personally think that we haven't done as much of that value. To also give you an idea, between 2010 to 2018, the average movie made in the US had on their crew, about between 280 to 300 people for each movie. It gives you an idea that what we are about to talk about is not just passion, it's not just creative, it's real money. And you've got to listen, because the future of Nigeria, I'm not a politician, so I can tell you this for free, and you have to believe me. The future of Nigeria with respect to where Nigeria's money, prosperity, and wealth is coming from is the creative sector. You can take this to the bank, and you get an idea of this when the conversation starts. I'm going to start with Arese, because she's the fulcrum that brings everything together. She's the author of a book that evolved into a series. And that's an unusual part. So I'm going to ask Arese, first of all, where did this start with respect to starting out with this book, writing this book, before you wrote the book, then writing the book, and then deciding that you needed to add more layers to the depth of the book by bringing audiovisual in form of a series to it? Can you guide us to that direction? Thank you.
Really related to that, because they could see themselves in the characters. They could see their sisters in the characters. They could see their mothers in the characters. Then I went on a Pan-African book tour to countries like South Africa, Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda. And I learned that even if these pain points were like they felt solely Nigerian to me at the time when I was writing the book, we're so similar in the things that we go through as African women across the continent. And feedback from that book tour was, oh my God, I could totally see this as a movie. I could totally see this as a movie. I felt like I was watching a movie while I was reading it. And I first thought, please, who are you people putting on high jump? I didn't go to film school. I don't want to start trying to figure out how to create a movie in Nigeria. But then the idea was planted, and I basically started on the journey to basically start talking to people that were already in the industry about if I was going to convert this book into a TV series or into a movie.
Osas, I'm going to come to you. You are one of the most bankable stars on the continent. First of all, I want to know from a personal view, how does your personal story relate to Zuri's? And then before then, how did you get on the show, on the series? Thank you.
You get on the show.
Hi, everyone. First, can I answer the second question first? Yes. How I got on Smart Money Woman. Well, I was pregnant for my daughter, and I had time to relax and read Smart Money Woman, and I couldn't put it down. And I saw myself in this book. I mean, as an actor, you're always looking for opportunities to expand your craft. And I saw this as a movie, actually. And I didn't know Arese at the time, but I definitely used that Instagram DM. And so I think that's how I messaged. Yeah, I messaged Arese, and I told her how amazing the book.
You reached out first.
I reached out first. Well, she'll tell. It's interesting. The story is interesting. I'll let her tell her side. But my side is I reached out first. And I told her that I absolutely loved the book. It was a big learning lesson for, financial literacy and, just obstacles of what an African women go through. And I absolutely told her, if you ever make this into a movie, please. I told her that. I said, please let me audition. I'll let her quickly just say her side of it.
The irony of this was, even if I had no intention of turning the book into a movie while I was writing it, to write, I had to imagine. And I kept thinking, if this character was played in a movie by a Nigerian woman or a Nigerian actress, who would it be? And I was like, Osasi Godaro. Wow. So I was literally writing with her in mind. Wow. So when she sent me that message, I was like, wow, talk about manifestation. Wow. And it's interesting casting when people kept saying so many, like, oh, who should we cast? I was like, see, this project comes baked in with Osas already as Zuri. So, because it's obviously divine.
That's really crazy.
Divine. Yeah, it was a very divine, yeah, it was just very divine. I felt in my spirit, and I think my baby were saying, "Mommy, reach out to her, reach out to her." But yeah, it was really a beautiful thing. I loved the book as a reader, and it was a true big blessing to hear her side of, you know, the illustration of Zuri on the cover of Smart Money Woman. She imagined me, and I'm like, this is incredible. I must. So yes, it's written by Arese, but the Smart Money Woman I take on as my baby too.
Yes.
You know, we gotta make Smart Money Woman Season 1 and Smart Money Woman Season 2, and by God's grace, the future of this amazing project, high in numbers. So we'll say that.
This is inspiring because normally one would think that Arese would have to like go through many channels to come to you, to get to hear that both of you were intuiting, working with each other, and then you reached out. I think that's just extraordinary.
Yeah.
And it was sweet to see the audience connect to that.
Yeah.
So many years ago, I was following Desperate Housewives.
Mm-hmm.
And like you, as a reader, I started to read about the actresses. And it turned out that the stories of the individual women in the series was actually a movie. Like their lives were movies, right. And it sort of intersected with the movie itself. I say that to say that when I heard some of the stories about the people involved in Smart Money Woman, we could make biopics out of your individual stories. I'm going to come to you, Ryan. Ryan has a powerful story. I don't want to tell his story. I want him to tell it. So I'm not just going to like ask a question that boxes him. Ryan, just make it easy. The story you shared with me yesterday, I'd like for you to share. Don't make it too long, but don't lose any essence of that story as you're sharing it with this audience. It's a very beautiful story. You should listen to it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much, Smedan. My journey as a photographer from the city of Ilorin to Lagos finds its roots in Arese. I started photography in school, and I had no idea what to do with it post-university. My clientele was majorly students, and so you can imagine how much I was making. But I was very okay with it because, I mean, the standard of living there wasn't so high. I get a DM from Isoke, her sister, and she asks, "Have you done any job in Lagos?" I said, yes. But I hadn't at the time, but you cannot ask me that now. I said, yes. And she was like, "Have you ever been published?" As a new photographer, I didn't know what that meant, because I only knew that books were published. And I said, "No, I haven't been published yet." And I said, "Look, you know what? Someone will reach out to you." A month goes by and no one reaches out. And after a month, I get a mail with a brief to do the photo shoot, the magazine cover for the Smart Money Woman Season 1. Now imagine being a student photographer and then get a mail to shoot a magazine cover on a scale like that. I was confused. Of course, imposter syndrome set in. But then her sister believed so much in me. You know where, I don't know how someone sees the potential when you've not seen it and then forces it down your throat. She says, takes me to the top of the sky and says, "Jump." You know, and that was what that project was for me. When I came to Lagos, I did that shoot. I met her for the first time. She looked at me and she was like, "Okay," because I've never seen you before. And with the scale of people that I was to work with, I just met SAS. I was starstruck. Imagine a student from University of Ilorin coming and seeing all the stars, but you had to compose yourself and shooting all of them, and the pictures came out so good. But where I'm about to drive at is this project, the Smart Money Woman, put me on a launch pad for my career. To the glory of God, I was not nominated, but I was chosen as one of the top 50 photographers in Nigeria just last week by Ndwai Niger. And I can always trace back my story to the Smart Money Woman. I left Nigeria for the first time because of the Smart Money Woman. While we're shooting Season 2, she made sure that she took me to South Africa with them. And you imagine the joy. I cannot tell my story as a photographer and as a storyteller without the Smart Money Woman. They honed my skills because it's a project that involved women, there's fashion in it. I had to work on my fashion senses, how I saw women. And imagine when I'm shooting women now, I'm like, all of the ideas and the way I see fashion now find its roots in, the styling from the Smart Money Woman. So trust me, this series did a lot for me, and I'm grateful.
Powerful story. I don't know if you got it, but sometimes when you're listening to a story, you get caught up in the sweetness of the story. You miss some lessons. First of all, you had to be talented for somebody who didn't know you from anywhere to say, I think this person must really be so good to work on this show that we're working on. Secondly, he had to be in the right shop window. He had to be in the global shop window for somebody from, she could have seen, do you know where she was when she reached out to you?
I think she's in Canada.
I just thought she was in Nigeria. She could have been anywhere in the world. So somebody was speaking to a photographer in Ilorin. Do you know how much of a distance you have to travel before somebody in Canada will tell you, come and shoot our photography? But that word was contracted by the media, by the fact that it was on the internet. That's for you. If you have a business here and your business is limited to the physical space that you're in, it's like blinking in the dark. Yes, you're doing the blinking, but who is looking at you? Who is seeing you? If you want people to see your business, you've got to put your business in the shop window. Like today, go and log on those platforms today, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, everywhere. One day I'm going to come to you. You're the Oga, and it's not because of your size. You're the Oga because as director, you bring everything together, right? You make the story relatable. I was paying attention to the audience, and I could see that the director and the makers of this movie would have been excited to get some of the reactions they were getting at certain points in the movie. First of all, for you, what's your personal story, as short as possible, and how did you connect with, of course, you had your own history with already being an established director, unlike in the context of Ryan, a neophyte coming from university, but how did you then connect to Arese to do this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Believe it or not, when you say established director, before Smart Money Woman, I had done a bit of work, but a lot of it had been self-funded, self-financed. The core of my business before I started directing was running a production company, doing ads and commercials and all of that. My story is long, so I don't think I should go into that deeply. But I will pick up at the point where I literally came into this space trying to find a way to create value. And filmmaking and storytelling was one of those major vehicles. When I got the way I interfaced with the smart money ecosystem, because I call it an ecosystem, was in very different ways. At first, I had shot a film with Timini called Napped, and apparently he and Arise had a conversation about it. So I remember that particular day he had put us in an Instagram like group chat and said, "Hey, one day meet Arise, me one day you guys should work together." And we just introduced ourselves, and then that was it for that moment. On a separate track, Isoken as well had watched a show I did during COVID called Lara of Lagos. She also wanted to have a conversation, so we met up for brunch one day and we just had a conversation and so on and so forth, and we just left it like that. So at the point in time where they were looking for, like another pair of eyes, and just another voice in the room, apparently they had, settled on bringing me into this room to come, have this conversation, even though they experienced me like through different pieces of work. And if you're watching After Lara of Lagos, there are two different, types of shows or films. But I did that. I came into the room, and I was just telling Arisa today that before I'd met her, Smart Money Woman Season 1 was one of those stories that was very inspiring because I found someone who was able to marry educational content with entertainment. I think that the point of what we are doing in this panel, at this panel, is to find ways to communicate a lot of our messaging. And it's very difficult, but one of the vehicles or the ways to do it is through entertainment, and I feel like Smart Money has done that successfully. To cut a long story short, Arisa calls me one day and says, hey, we need to finish this show strong, and you know, I'm on the lookout for a director. And I said, I think I can do it. And she immediately, without dropping a beat, says, let's do it. Now, before then, the scale of stuff that I had done compared to this was night and day. But there was a lot of trust put in me by Arisa, Isoka, and the team. But there was also a lot of, kind of creative collaboration, which is kind of one of the points that I want to extract. I feel like it's impossible to be able to create value, whether it be creatively or economically or any other way, without collaboration. I'm a big proponent for collaboration. And so I feel like my job on this project was helping bring Arisa's vision to life. You know, she had written an amazing book. A lot of people kind of love that IP. And it's one of those ecosystems that is very, like, I get messages randomly every day kind of harassing me about, season two. Well, I mean, it's coming out this month, so I'm excited to see what people think about it. But yes, I think very much so we collaborated to be able to evoke the right type of emotions and tell real life stories of women and people generally who are navigating life and going through these difficult financial decisions and trying to find their way back to center. So I think that's a little summary of what my story is.
Thank you, Wande. And I think, please. And I think one of your major strengths is because when you convert a book, most of the books that became movies for me, I always feel like the movie was always better, and that's understandable. The book was always better because the book always layers up more. But the way you were able to translate the book, I think is just extraordinary. I was expecting a better applause. They didn't give it to you, maybe because a lot of them have not seen it. And it's not just with the Smart Money Woman. The way you tell a story, you could clearly see the intention to teach the audience beyond just entertaining them. And that's why I'll come back to you, Arisa. I think one of the tragedies of being, it's not tragedy, but I think it's a very bad thing, of being a woman, especially a beautiful one, is that people just, the first thing they think of is your beauty. Whether for me, whether it's unfortunate or not unfortunate, when I think of you, I think of money. Because the first time I heard about you, it was about money, right? And with money, I think of your intelligence to come up with a book like that. And then to layer that up by telling a story, not in a conventional way. Like everybody that was watching that screen, if I asked a question, I'm going to ask the question. Hello? How many of you have seen, you've not seen the movie, but you saw the 10-minute extract from the movie, right? How many of you have seen a movie where you were seeing the screen capturing the numbers of the lives of the characters? You've seen a movie like that regularly. Like they are telling you this is the amount of this person's watch, this is the cost of their shoe, the casket is this amount. It's unique, it's extraordinary. She deserves an applause for that, and everybody involved. So I said all that to say, this intelligence, this thinking, this smartness, have you captured it in a way that nobody else can just take it away from you? This is intellectual property now. By the way, when I mentioned that the future of Nigeria's economy, the future of Nigeria is the creative sector, that future will not come if we don't do something about intellectual property. It's not going to come. How have you been able to ensure that you protect some of those things that make Smart Money Woman stand out by itself in an avalanche of movies and series and content?
Okay, honest answer is you try. I own my IP, legally and all of that, but you can imagine the first issue when I was writing the book was, I said, please stop wasting your time. Nigerians don't read. This is not something that can be commercially successful. The second issue was the book got so popular on social media where people started like sharing their own experiences with the book and posting, that it created so much demand that because I self-published, I couldn't meet the supply of the demand I had created, which led to piracy. So even if legally, you own your IP, you have all of that, but the pirates be pirating, and it gets to a point where you can't compete with the distribution channel that they have. So you're basically trying to buy Nigeria, grow Nigeria, do your thing from Nigeria, like organically and all of that, but they're going and taking your work to China and bringing it in, hundreds of thousands. Like this was going on in all the markets that I created demand. I went to Kenya. I was in Kenya for the first time to say 200, 300 women, and it was the first time I was bringing the book to Kenya. Half the women in the room had already read it. So it wasn't just even about like the physical piracy, it was also about the digital piracy. So I think that there's a lot that needs to be done from a policy side of things to make sure that creatives...
The finished product. There is a craft. There is a study. There's a study in owning your craft as an actor. So yes, you can have the passion based off of the product that you see, but you have to have the passion of wanting to be an actor, and that takes time. That takes a lot of your time. That takes passion. You have to be passionate about this. And you have to be willing to garner that wisdom of this craft in acting. So I would say get an education in the field of acting first before you now say, oh, I want to get into acting. I think that's the starting point. For me, it was theater. I learned the craft and owned my craft, and still do take classes and all of that. You never stop learning in anything that you're doing. You can always be better. So, yeah.
Thank you. That's a very good answer for me, because people generally assume that all you need is a beautiful face. But that's funny, because first of all, to interpret a character, you have to read about the character, you have to believe the story and make the character yourself, and then you have to translate. I could never do that. I can never be an actor. It takes a lot of mental work to...
Never say never.
Like, to read something. I like reading. I'm obsessed with reading. But to read it, become a Zuri or some other character, and then translate it. I think it goes beyond just having the right look. And I'm coming to you one day for this. Thank you.
Sorry, 1 second. I wanted to add something to what Osa said, because I think that she doesn't give herself enough credit as one of the most commercially successful actors in this country. And the things from a producer point of view that I think make her a great actress is not just her ability to act, is all the other things that she's willing to do to add value to ego. There's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of things that you have to deal with on set. One of the things I love about Osas, and what I think that a lot of producers can attest to, is, let's say she's even late and everyone has been waiting for her, like the crew have been waiting for her for like an hour. Once Osas steps into that room, the energy changes. She comes in, everyone was pissed off and angry, but she comes in with such a joyful, excited energy, like, guys, I'm sorry, and she changes the mood. She's such an easy person to work with, and I think that that story needs to be told more, because people think that acting is just about, the glamour and all the, other things that add to your ego. But fundamentally, for me, it has been about the value that she adds to every production that she's in.
And that's very easy. That's very easy to believe for me, because I still cannot wrap my head around a superstar, one of the most recognizable faces around, reading a book casually, just like I'm trying to read a book. I want to learn something from this book, and then sending a message to the writer of the book, because by design, superstars have ego issues. By design, it's not because they are bad people, it's just being a star comes with a level of ego, really. But one day I'm going to come to you so that we don't focus on the women alone. I recognize that there are 2 men on the panel. Gender balance. You work in a position where you tell handsome men and beautiful women that assume that just because they have the look, they can smash it. Then they come, pardon my French, they are shit. How do you separate the chaff from the wheat without being biased, without feeling like, but this person has, I don't know, the physique, the face, but they don't have this? How do you make these decisions? If you can also narrow it down to the selection or the layering of the characters on Smart Money Woman, I'd love that.
Okay, so with casting, obviously, those are core responsibilities of the producers. There's a casting director. Obviously, I weigh in on those decisions at times. But there's one thing I keep realizing, and I think it was very important what Osas just said. When it comes to the craft, you never stop learning, right? Everything is a learning process. So as much as you see like, this person is handsome, this person is beautiful, this person is a big name, those things help, but to only a certain level. One thing I've realized in my very short career so far is the fact that the best actors don't act, they just are, right? The best actors, they don't act, they just are. And what I mean by that is the fact that you've seen this material, you've embodied it, and one thing I tell all the actors that I work with is that in the beginning meeting, right, obviously if it's a project I've worked on, or if it's a project if it's a project I've written, or if it's a project that's been written and I'm, basically being tapped to direct, what I do is I digest the content, and at that beginning should be, the most time that I have knowledge of the character over you. By the time we're on set, I want to lean on you to tell me about the character, because I've given you all the tools, and then you've embodied it, and then you kind of you put yourself in the place of that character. So that way, you would tell me, and this goes back to collaboration again. Mm-hmm. In certain scenes, I'd ask us, what do you think Zuri would do in this? Because I'm not feeling, I don't think I should do it this way. I'm leaning on you as Zuri to tell me that, little things like trying to call the actors by their characters' names while on set, and just little tips and tricks to try and pull the best performance out of these actors. That's kind of what I have learned so far. Obviously, it helps. I'm not going to lie. It helps to have a big name. It helps to have, a beautiful face, a handsome face. It helps to have a good following. But all of that, to be honest, in the space where we are in Nigeria, but even globally, is becoming secondary to the fact that you have to feel something. As an actor, as a director, as a producer, your work needs to be able to make people connect and feel something. And so that's kind of always the priority for me. And I'm lucky that on this set, obviously we had Osas, we had Tony Tones, Inidima, Timini, Eso, Adiso, Lala, I'm calling Adiso, Lala, and other people who just happen to be, I think, the best actors in Africa. So yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come to questions, but before then, this is a numbers game. You don't have to mention the specific numbers, but Ryan, can you give us an idea? I looked at your picture, I was like, shit, I'm not going to be able to afford this guy. And by the way, if I could act, I'll be begging you guys to join the production right away, but unfortunately, I cannot act. Please start thinking of your questions. Ryan, can you give us an idea from the point you got that message to this point in X's? Your charges, how many X's? Don't mention the naira or dollars. Just give us an idea.
Customers are here. Okay, let me give you a range. I was earning between 5,000 per look at the time, 5,000 and 20,000.
That's Naira, right?
Yes, Naira.
Okay. Yeah, because...
Naira at the time. Now I earn 6 digits per look.
By the way, when somebody says
And when I say per look, I mean per outfit. Yeah, so per outfit.
And
That's
they
what it
shoot
means.
maybe 4 looks.
And how many years are we talking about now?
They said I got that message in 2020 after COVID, and I moved back to Lagos at the end of that year / the beginning of 2021. So the growth process has been between 2021 and 2024.
Can you? COVID, that was like yesterday. It's gone from 5,000. He couldn't even mention the number because he doesn't want to scare us. He says 6 units. Questions, please. And this is where I actually give out the books. So and for these questions, please, we don't have time. Your name, go to the question. If you want commentary, give us your Twitter handle. We'll follow you. We'll come and check your commentary. Strictly question.
Who has
no
questions,
commentary.
please?
When you ask the question, I'll ask you a question. If you get my answer, I'll give you a book.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Valentino Heavens, and I would like to ask a few questions. I'm a creative myself. Beyond
Can you
being
make it 2, Doctor? Please, 2, because there are other people.
I'll make it a couple, just
Thank
2
you.
questions then, very well. Beyond being a professional, I'm also a creative myself. I have children that are creatives, and in my family we have a whole lot of creative people there. Now, there is a psychological part to being a creative, okay? Can you please touch on the cost of what this does to your mental persona, how you walk and navigate that journey, because it's extremely, it's borderline madness if you see what creativity does to you. I've been able to mentor and train and also help develop a few people. So please touch on that, because I think it's extremely important. It is very challenging and costly. What would you have to go through, the hurdles? That's number one. And the second one, please also, at what point can a person in this world of today know that, okay, now this is my craft, I want to monetize it, I want to turn it into something or bring it out to the public? At what point do you know or differentiate between just gifting and singing in school or in church or somewhere, and that the world is ready to receive your gifting, in the public eye? Thank you very much.
Doctor, I don't think you need the... Do you need the book, one of the books? You've read all the books, Doctor.
Any other question, please? Any other one with a question? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sumaya Kabir, and I'm very happy that I've finally met the author of Smart Money Woman. So my question is, there's so many authors out there, and I'm currently writing a book, but then my challenge is sometimes you think, would this book even sell? Would you get the required attention? So how did you do that? How did you get, the attention and all the things that came after that? Thank you very much.
Ask you a question so you can get a book. What's Osasi's character in The Smart Money Woman? What's her character's name? Sorry. I'm going to ask you another question. Let's not do this. Let the person with the mic answer the question.
I said Azuri.
No, that obviously they answer.
Okay, another question.
Another question. What's Kemi Lala's character's name?
Adesua. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just give you the book anyways.
Thank you.
Thank you. One final question. The gentleman in the cap. Please step forward. Thank you. Yes. Please step forward, sir.
Are you serious?
My question is to the moderator. My question is to moderator. Mr. Omojo. I met you in Kaduna during Cat Invest. You presented your very book, and our first lady then, Haja Hadiza. I expect from that time to now, I expect you to come up with one book, especially on that Cat Invest. We've been throwing questions to you regarding the SMEs and agriculture up to date. You are still owing us that book. Definitely, you have to write something that will improve the SME, people at the SMEs at the grassroots. One law book that the governor then even promised you, if you are able to produce that book, it will be a role in our educational sector in Kaduna State going around the north. So I'm to remind you and also to ask you, what are you doing regarding that?
You can have this one first.
That looks like a bribe, Jeff. JJ, you are bribing him. He has got, see the problem with Nigeria? He has gone to collect his own. He's supposed to say, I'm not collecting. Where is the one for everybody? Now he has gone to collect his own. Jeff, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. Osas, are you going to start with the questions? Thank you.
So there's a saying that creatives are crazy. You have to be out of your mind to pursue this kind of career. It is, at a point, lucrative, but at a point. When I first started, I did a lot of work for free. And what would push me would be the support of my family, would be my passion, and would be prayers to God to please give me a breakthrough. So honestly, I think everyone has their own journey in regards to the cost of being a creative. I think for me, how I'm able to sustain is not just the acting, but because of knowing that this is not just a creative world, but this is also a business, how am I going to sustain? There are endorsements, there are hosting, there are other creative ways that I'm able to stay afloat. So I try and find a balance in regards to that. Currently, I was just speaking with Arese in regards to growing the brand outside of Nigeria. You know, as a creative, I think to showcase your creativity on a worldwide stage is something that I believe most creatives have that dream. And that's my dream, that's my mission, that's my goal right now, to work within Nigeria and to showcase beyond that as well. So I think it's a journey. I think it's patience as well. And just taking it a day at a time is certainly not easy, but I think with keeping God first, many opportunities open up.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, a round of applause. Arese, can you? Yes, please. Arese, can you? I need one day to answer the second layer of Doctor's question, but I'd like for you to add a bit more perspective.
On the mental issues that we go through as creatives, I think everyone on this panel can attest to the fact that I'm a crybaby. Like, I go hard. I'm very dogmatic and very resilient for the most part, but I cry all the time. When something goes wrong, I need to let it out, and then I get on with it. So don't look at anyone on this stage thinking that like they've created something and they are some kind of superhero. I feel like we all go through it behind the scenes, and it can be very mentally exhausting, but once you believe in yourself, you believe in your idea, you believe in your creativity, and you hold on to that, I think it takes you a long way. So now I'm not even afraid of crying anymore. I cry, I get up, and I move on to the next thing.
Sorry, I want to add something to this.
Yes, please.
One of the things that creatives usually crave for is acceptance. Once you've put out a body of work, you expect that people would resonate with it. And once that doesn't happen, it would affect you mentally because of how much work you've put into that craft. One thing that I will tell other people, and this is from experience, is God is a creator and He made you in His image, so you have to keep creating. At some point, you become a value machine, and people would always gravitate towards value. So keep creating and keep putting work out there. It would not always seem rosy. I mean, we have people who have very short attention spans, and because there's a multitude of information, and people are always, scrolling through Instagram, and it feels like nobody's resonating with your work, and you just have to stay true to, the grind and keep on, creating. With time, you'll find the right audience that will resonate with that work, and it goes up from there.
Thank you. Before I come to you, Wande, I just saw the DGs, Smedan walking, Mr. Charles Odi. Well done, great job for making this happen. I think we need more platforms like this. People say talk is cheap, then when you give them the numbers in terms of the things that happen after conversations like this, and the networking and the businesses that are going to happen, then they keep quiet. I'm going to present the book to Favor Ogazi. She's done a great job with communicating this conversation and pushing it on the internet. So if Favor Ogazi is around, I'd like for her to come and collect a book. And then
Favor Ogazi?
Yes.
Yeah, here she comes.
Thank you. Yeah, so but it's good to pick the last question.
Okay.
She's like, why are you stressing?
The last question about monetizing your passion. I think that it's very difficult for a lot of people, especially in this space. Thankfully, a lot of people in the entertainment industry, in the arts, have succeeded and taken the profession to the next level. Music, movies, and whatnot. Obviously, this wasn't usually a popular career path, but a lot of people are making not only profit, but businesses and legacies from this profession. In my personal case, I used to work in 9 to 5, and I was convicted to be able to transition to this career. But I think the things that helped me monetize were a couple things. Number one is getting an education, and apart from my BSc and my MSc, I also went to YouTube University. Do not underestimate the power of the internet in gaining skills. Yeah. It's very, very important, and it closed the gap for me in a very short amount of time. Another way that I was able to monetize quicker was, Ryan and I were talking yesterday, and I cannot stress enough the importance of interning and apprenticeship. I think the quickest way to learn in an industry like the creative industry is attaching yourself to people who are leaders, people who are excellent in what they do, and learning. You saw what Asa said, she did a lot of work for free. I did a lot of work for free. And sometimes when I see a worthy cause, I still do certain work for free. Don't publicize that, but yeah. At the end of the day, do not think profit from the beginning. I know it's counterintuitive. You want to make money, but you cannot start with making money. You kind of have to go through that process, closing the knowledge gap, and then at the end of the day, I have a saying that I've heard somewhere. It's the fact that you have to imitate before you innovate, right? There are people who are excellent out there, and imitating is different from copying. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of people have laid like the path in terms of music, in terms of movies, in terms of all these things. There are a lot of examples. So when you imitate those, after an amount of time, when you're strong and you have that knowledge gap, you can innovate and make profit.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Omadro, I wanted to round up by talking about this monetization thing, especially with the Smart Money Woman. I think creativity is hard. Monetizing creativity is hard in general, but monetizing creativity in Nigeria is a different, kettle of fish. But I want to encourage everyone to basically start thinking creatively about how they do that. I wrote this script for season 2, and I had put South Africa in the mix but I didn't know how I was going to fund it. Everyone that read the script was like, wow, you're writing like a writer, you're not writing like a producer, because how are you going to make this happen? But I started thinking through things like partnerships, partnering with people like South African Tourism, so that we didn't have to take on the full cost of taking cast and crew to South Africa for 10 days. I think it's also about figuring out, right, how to take advantage of the opportunities that you are given. Ryan came to South Africa. It was the first time he had left the country. We were a small team of Nigerians who were working with a South African production team. The way that Ryan and his team figured out how to learn from the South Africans was so inspiring to me. It's like every single day that we're on set, they're looking at what these guys are doing and they're like, how did they do this? And they'll spend the next night basically trying to figure it out or learning from them and upping their game. And I genuinely think that that skills transference, that taking advantage of the opportunities that you're given and leveraging them is such an important factor when you're a creative. So let's figure out how we can create more partnerships, upskill, and not just think about the actual money or the funding, but find creative solutions to the funding issues.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, a round of applause. Ryan Alabi, Arese Ugu, Wande Thomas, and the superstar Osas Igodaro. Right? Can you please help with that?
Sure. Osas Igodaro.
Osas Igodaro.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much. To our panel, all of you, please kindly line up for a group photograph as I invite the DG, Smedan, to please come join the photograph. DG, what did you give to these people? Abuja, 5 p.m. on a Friday, your hall is still full. It's not done, it doesn't happen. Please put your hands together for yourselves and put your hands together for DG Smedan. We've had amazing 48 hours together. I'm very sure that tomorrow by 7 p.m. we'll still have a crowd like this inside this hall. True or not true? Are you going to be here tomorrow? Good. You are looking forward to what is going to happen tomorrow. Let me also thank a few people from Smedan who have worked in the backgrounds to make this happen. Professor Fisher, David Adeinka, thank you very much. Benga Ogundeji, thank you. Reverend Canon Levi Anyekwa, thank you. Engineer Anthony Iba, Hawa Liman, technical advisor to the Vice President, and Engineer Keinde Ulubenga Akintunde. Please. All right, thank you very much. DG has overruled any other activity for today, and he has declared that you should all go for lunch. Please hear from the DG to give his final word for today.
Marcus. Please, as you go for lunch, just listen to our final words from Marcus.
You push me between lunch and I wish you a great evening. It was, again, a pleasure to be here today. And I really like the spirit of staying that long and having this intensive discussions also on the panel. Have a great day. See you tomorrow. Have a great lunch. Lunch. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. National anthem, please.
Hello. I'd like to recognize here, DJ, you saw Wande Thomas. Wande Thomas, who was in the panel. That is his father, who used to be the Commissioner of Insurance for Nigeria only a few months ago. Mr. Thomas, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. That's his father. Can we still play the national anthem? Please go ahead. One stanza.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ebere Young. We have stretched you. You are really young. Once again, thank you everyone that has been a part of this. the team from Smeden, all our guests, thank you also very much. See you tomorrow.